Hey guys, this is Tom, and welcome to day 2 of Back to the Future, as in Back to the Babe. How's everybody doing today? That's right. We are here to see if we can get past the stinking skies of Helios. So, Adrenaline Dragon has already gotten the free wheel spin, so let's go ahead and let's do that. Let's see. Boop. All right. As promised, here's the free wheel spin. And it is a stretch. All right. So, how's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's having a fantastic day. That's right. It's time to get back into the Jump King of things. Going on, make surely you'll get past it. Yeah, that's right. We have a new channel prediction up and running. Will I get past Skies of Helios by the 12-hour mark? We got 3 hours to do it. And yes, you are climbing up the leaderboard. That's right. If you haven't checked out the Adrenaline Dragon, he just beat Joe's Trial of the Babe, which is made by the same map creator as this one, Back to the Babe. Back to the Babe Pocket Edition. Yeah, that seems like a very easy version of Back to the Babe. But we're doing the real edition. That's right. We're doing the real edition. So, anyway. Yeah, only 20 screens long. Let's get back in. Yeah, if you got your flesh ready, let's get going. So this doesn't end up being the thumbnail. And I forgot to turn my music on. Alright. Music is turned on. Alright. So we left off here. Back to the Babe original far longer. Skies is only 2 screens long on Pocket Edition in comparison. So yeah, I guess we must have underestimated how difficult Skies of Helios would be. And last stream, had I known I was gonna be stuck on it for another 5 hours. Considering the time we got there the last stream, probably would have ended then. right there. Are we on the Cannon's flying ship screen? I made it as high as the octagon screen, the screen with the octagons. Alright, here we go. Gotta be careful not to... That's the screen. Yeah, okay. Here. Oh, careful. Yeah, this is the screen. That's the screen where you want to be careful. Alright, here we go. Well, we made it up here pretty quickly. Oh. So yeah, probably could have ended the stream as soon as we got to Skies of Helios last night. But, you know, what else can you do? I mean, what would you rather have? Would you rather have a whole stream at the normal stream, peak stream hours? Or... yeah. Yeah, at the end of the day, pick your poison. We don't fall on the very sides of the screens, it looks like we stay in the skies. That's true. The right side is far more dangerous, because then you end up falling below the dinosaur jump. Alright, we made it past the first... Alright. And I think the only way... Yeah, we tried a few other methods here. We tried going to the right and then see if I could jump up, but it seems like the best way to go, unfortunately, is to the top left. Oh, we made it. All right. That's a new PB already. Now let's not further this up. Let's see, where do I go? I guess I could go left or right. Thing is, I'm gonna have a safe spot. Oh, frick. Alright, we made it one screen farther. How about that? Yeah, would you rather have... Yeah, would you rather have a stream where I make no progress at all during peak hours, which for me is between 8 p.m. and midnight, I've found? Or, you know, during off-peak. Which, you know, gotta say... Oh. Alright, here we go. Yeah, I think that's the trick. Oh, I tried to... This will be under 10 hours for this area. Could beat it in under 25. Oh. Yeah, we're trying to... Gotta try some new things with stream. And lately we've been going kinda late. Alright, we made it back to PB's screen. I would say go to the sand cloud on the right and then try and jump left from there. No? Falling to the right is worse. Alright, there we go. That's what I meant. Jump to the sand cloud on the right and then jump left to the top left sand cloud. That screen. Alright, well, we're already off to a great start this stream. Oh, okay. Okay, alright. Don't panic. Oh. Fortunately, you gotta do all those jumps, yeah. You still have time to get your predictions in. Still have time to place your bets. Oh. Alright, here we go. Knew you would do it easily, so you went all in. Alright, here we go. Okay, remember right. There we go. Oh. Alright, we made it. And through the portal. Event Horizon. That was pretty quick. Who knew it was going to be half hour into stream. Yeah, half hour into streaming, we already made it past the sky area. Let's see. All right. End submissions, choose outcome, yes. And remember, 9 hours, 8 minutes. So I shall go ahead and update that. Nine, 8. Event Horizon. All right. We made it to a new area. 30 minutes into stream, and we already made it past the sky area. Can you believe that? All right, we got a new prediction up and running, and it is as follows. Will I get past Event Horizon by the 10-hour mark? Get your bets in. It's all going to depend on whether or not I fall from here. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to make it past the sky area early into stream. You know, who knows if we would have gone a little bit longer at the end of last stream, but, you know. What else can you do? All right. So I see a way I could do this. Would a Fatal Falls here if you mess up? Yeah. So the bird is right over here. And I'm not close enough to get it. I could try and bonk off of this thing right here. Full jump right, bonk off of that thing. And see if I can land on the platform to the left. But who knows if that'll actually work. So I don't know. Could just jump into the bird now or get it on the way up. This is a very critical jump. Because if you fuck this up, you're going down a long way. Well, I see what I could do. Give yourself as much space as possible. Okay, so I could try that. I could try bonking off of this wall right here. But I'm not sure if I will land to the left, on the left platform, via full jump. The other option is to try and see if I could wait. Wait a second. I guess you could. Yeah, I guess you could bonk off of this thing and then land right where the bird is. That might be the clue. As far as I can recall, there's a solid platform on the right side. So, let's see. Yeah, it's basically a 50-50 from here. So let's see if this works. We're going to try from this position. Are you ready? Oh, it worked. It worked. And we got the bird. Okay, next jump. And I got to be careful not to... Yep. Of course, we got to make this tricky jump. Let's see, if I stand right here, I think I can make that. Oh, okay. Come on, baby. All right, we made it. This is where the... Oh, this? Okay. I thought that wasn't solid. The single block isn't solid, but the one above it is. Okay. Well, I see the height I need for this jump right here. All right. Nostalgic Rune. And yep, that's a new area. I guess a mini area if you want to call it that. That area was only one screen long. And yep, that's true. We got the prediction. I shall end, choose outcome, yes. Bam. Okay. And that'll be 916. Nostalgic Ruin. Put it as area 5A. All right, prediction is up and running. And it is as follows. Will I get past Nostalgic Ruin by the 10-hour mark? Got 44 minutes to do it. Alright, so this area is kind of cool. It's sort of reminiscent of... At least for this screen, it's sort of reminiscent of False King's Keep from Main Babe. This is where the title Back to the Babe comes from. Yeah, imagine going back to the future. And this is what you see. Revisiting previous maps. It's also kind of weird because this is a little bit different orientation than in False King's Keep. And now here we are, next screen. This is Colossal Dungeon from New Babe Plus. Voted no. Can you beat this in under 10 hours? Let's see. Oh. Alright, here we go. Oh. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. The only problem, though, is how do we get back up? And I see this thing is in the way. Screen is very dangerous. This is the screen you really don't want to fuck up. Okay, well, I can see I can make that recovery jump. And then we know we can full jump left like that. Alright, well, we made it back pretty quickly. Oh, okay, a little bit more. Let's not try to be cool. Alright, there we go. here we go. Oh. Alright, here we go. Alright, there we go. Alright, up above we have Rustic Shallot from Babe of Ascension. Oh, okay, we're fine. Nostalgia. It is nostalgia, isn't it? Oh, oh, okay. Pretty cool area, a little dangerous in some spots. This is probably my favorite area of the map so far, if I'm not mistaken. Oh. And yeah, Heights was kind of cool. Didn't really like the museum. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. By the way, did you know it's 420 today? That's right. Those of you that celebrate it, happy 420. Oh. We won't be smoking weed in this stream, but if you are enjoying the stream, make sure you hit that follow button. Check out my socials, join the club. Oh, okay, a little bit more. Alright, here we go. Oh, okay, we're fine. Hard to gauge whether you'll beat this next stream. Oh. I think it'll take 4 sessions tops, but you might do it in 3. Yeah, it depends on how this stream goes. I highly doubt we'll make it to the top tonight. Yeah, I didn't think I was gonna beat it tonight anyway, so... Oh. Oh, okay. Where's that? Alright, we're fine. This is the one area you don't want to fuck it up. You still have time to get your predictions in. Will I get past Nostalgic Rune by the 10-hour mark? That's in 30 minutes from now. Oh, okay, we're fine. By the way, you know who else started playing this game? Or at least played this game for a little bit on stream? It was a Corgi Cam. Yeah, I didn't expect Corgi Cam to try out Jump King, but yeah, it was fun to watch. Fun to watch for sure. Alright, here we go. Oh. Good news here is, once you figure out that you're supposed to go to the right, it becomes much easier. Think staying above Skies of Helios will be the decider? Yeah. Yeah, if you haven't already, make sure you get those bets in. We have no customers on Yes at the moment. You could win some juicy rotten flesh. Alright, here we go. Jump King Quest Enjoyer, welcome back, says, "Heyo, it's me, the enjoyer of Jump King Quest. How are you doing, man? Good to see you as always." Don't you love it when you see your favorite streamer crash out on Jump King? Yeah. Wonder who will be next. Indeed. We need Rudy Yeen to play this. That is true. I mean, hell, I could even make him, I could even draw him as a Jump King hyena. Yeah, you can even make your own skins for this game, too. In Asprite. Alright, new screen. You should make your VTuber skin. Alright. Hoi. Map is this. Yeah, this is Immortal Babe. The second map ever released to the public, and I fucked it up. And a classic. Alright, here we go. You're not ready for Immortal Babe? I will get to it one of these days. Need to do all the tier 1 through 5 maps first. Yeah, with the way things are right now, Immortal Babe would take me at least 100 hours for sure. Maybe even 200. Alright, here we go. Okay, a little bit less for that jump. Oh, okay, I thought I was gonna ferg it up there, but... Yeah, that's the part where we go back to the future. Get the DeLorean up to 88 miles per hour. Seems like we can screw up quite a bit. By the way, you got about 5 minutes left to get your bets in. Will I make it past Nostalgic Rune by the 10-hour mark. Oh, okay, we're fine. And I fucked up. That's fine. As long as I do this. Yeah, that screen is pretty dangerous if you fuck it up. And yes, don't forget about those Bezos bucks. Don't forget about your free Prime. Make sure you use it. And I fucked it up. Alright. Well, you know what that means. That means it's time to take a social media pit stop. This is where you always land when you fall out. Yeah. So, let's see. Yep, don't forget, vote in the prediction. Will I get past Nostalgic Rune by the 10-hour mark? If I somehow make it back up there in 20 minutes, you could win some rotten flesh. But anyway, go ahead, get up, stretch, go get yourself something to eat or drink. I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. So please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. And I will see you on the flip side. Stay tuned. All right, guys, we are back. So, let's get going, shall we? All right. Almost at 1,000 falls. Oh, I fucked it up. That's alright. The screen we fear the most here is the dinosaur jump. The dinosaur screen. Alright, here we go. Oh. Dinosaur jump is one of the hardest jumps in the map. It's a 2-frame jump. Which means there's only a 2-frame window where you can actually make the jump. Most jumps in this map are 3 to 5 frame jumps. Alright, here we go. Uh-oh, that's bad. I totally fucked it up, didn't I? Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright, we made it. Yeah, that jump was giving me a lot of grief the last stream. Yeah, that jump gave me a lot of grief last stream. Honestly, probably the stream where I've crashed out the most while playing this game. I know Sarah, when she sees anyone play Jump King, especially me, she's like, I feel like I would crash out. But during her uncapped subathon, she hit the goal of where we get Skyfox to play Jump King. I've only made that jump once. Yeah, Okay, let's... Hoi! I fucked it up. And of course, the music in this area is depressing. Adrenaline Dragon was certainly waiting to see that. By the way, I didn't actually... Yeah, I forgot to actually show this last night because I forgot, but here is tap to add text. And we're not going to spend too much time on it. But yeah, that's basically what a preview of the secret area. The Mad? Sand all the way to the bottom. No reward for doing it. Unlike Ascension, which is the bird. Hoi! Oh. I remember this jump. Yeah, what I was saying before is Sarah hit the sub goal where her chat votes on what rage bait game she should play. Imagine Sarah Serene playing Jump King. Here we go. Surprisingly, I haven't rage quit this game yet. Although there have been times when I've gotten really mad at it, for sure. Screen is pretty much impossible to fail. That is the screen below me, not the dinosaur jump. The dinosaur screen. I don't know what I did that for. And you see what's below me. There's a 6-7, because of course there is. Who knew? Who knew? In whatever year this map was released, that there would be a 6-7 in this area. Hoi! Well, you still have time to get your bets in. If you want to... Or actually, has the prediction closed? It is closed. Okay. We have 2,000 points on no. No customers on yes. Next prediction will be a bit trickier. I could end up spending perhaps the rest of stream down here, or I could make it back up really quickly. Hoi. Hoi. Didn't expect Skies of Helios to take you 6 hours. Yeah, that was also the point where I probably could have stopped. Hoi. Yeah, probably could have stopped for the night. Because we got there, first got to Skies of Helios around midnight. Hoi. Oh. Well, we're not doing so well. Yeah, I gotta try some things with stream. Help you make a custom map, you can do pixel art, right? Yeah. Hoi. Well, I furred that up, didn't I? Yeah, I fucked it up, didn't I? Fucked it up big time. Yeah, would you rather have a stream, an entire stream, where I make no progress during peak hours, which for me is normally between 8 p.m. and midnight, or during the overnight hours, or during the afternoon hours? I guess it was kind of meant to be. You know, even if I did end the stream as soon as I got to Skies of Helios, if I ended right there last stream, chances are we'd probably be spending all of this stream trying to get past Skies of Helios, so... But we did make progress today, regardless of what happens. Oh. Failing that jump is deadly. Hey, we're back at the beginning. Oh, you're back? That's right, we're back. Thanks for visiting me again. You meant to do that, right? How many areas and themes would you have in your custom map? That would be the tricky part. Most maps have around 8 or 9 areas. I don't know exactly what the guidelines are for a polished custom map, if that's what you want to go for. Main babe is around 43-ish screens long. I also had the idea of taking every map from every level of CC1 and then turn it into a Jump King map. You have maps like Ascension, which are around 85 screens long. Alright, here we go. Can't exactly remember how many Back to the Babe has. I think it's somewhere in between. Alright, back to the woods. Well, it appears as though we're not quite gonna get back up there before the 10-hour mark, which is fine. Would you have ice and water? An ice and water area. Point. Imagine low gravity and sand too. Ooh. Or wind. Yeah, I can't forget about wind. What do people use to make custom maps these days? Hoi. As far as level design, not art. Alright, here we go. Hoi! What music would you choose? Chip's challenge music? Hoi. Hoi. I totally fucked that up, didn't I? Oh. Definitely think you should make a Chips Challenge level set based on the areas in Jump King. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. Prediction is over. You got that right. So, will I get past Nostalgic Ruin by the 10-hour mark? The answer is no. We did not. Unfortunately, we fell back all the way to the bottom. Welcome back, Milk Crate. You're awesome. I knew you were gonna say that. Thanks. Alright, next prediction is up and running. Oh, okay, we're fine. You also have a very kind voice. Minor spelling mistake. Being optimistic and saying yes. Let's see. Alright. Will I get past Nostalgic Ruin by the 12-hour mark? We got 2 hours to get there. Haven't gone all in on yes this time around. Agreeable. It's just a matter of getting back up to Yeah, it's just a matter of getting back up past the sky area. And y'all know how much grief it gave me the last time. One thing we do know for sure is we'll definitely get past. Yeah, we'll definitely get past the sky area. Get back up there tonight. Didn't quite see today's question of the day. I really should add an alias for that. Oh. Alright, here we go. Will I beat this map quicker than Main Babe? For comparison, Main Babe took me 20 hours. And there's all my other times. Ascension took me 112 hours. But it was fun. I still think Ascension is... I still think Ascension is my favorite map out of the ones I've played. Thinking Super Jing World next. Yeah, that's right. You stick around here, you earn those chips, you just might be able to choose what map I play after this. That's right, I have all the maps up to tier 5. Alright, here we go. Why'd I do that for? Okay, thank goodness. It's like, wait a minute, how do I do this jump? Oh yeah, that's right. You stand from the left of the turtle. Alright, here we go. Alright, back in the woods. Hoi. Hoi. Pardon me there. Alright, here we go. Oh. Hoi. Alright. Back for a night at the museum. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Hoi. Fucked it up. Hoi. Alright. Hoi. There's Sonic kissing Mario. Okay, it would help if I'm closer to the right. Hoi. Alright, back in the museum. Hoi. Well, Ferg. Dang it. Don't you love being down in the trench? Yeah, this area is kind of like the bog. Isn't it? Yep, it's most certainly like the bog, isn't it? Alright, here we go. There's still time. Yeah, we got plenty of time. But it's just a matter of getting back up there quickly. And you still got time to get your predictions in. You still have time to place your bets. Will I get past Nostalgic Ruin by the 12-hour mark? All right, here we go. Yeah, the trench is sort of like the bog, or at least reminiscent of it. And then this area is kind of like a unique version of the woods, which is what I like about this area. Alright, here we go. Hoi! My favorite area of the map is after Nostalgic Ruin. Hoi! Will I get there tonight? We'll have to wait and see. Hoi! All right. I furred that up, didn't I? Hoi. And then you have the museum. Which I guess you could say is sort of like House of Nine Lives, except there's more. Hoit. Hoit. Yeah, there's more spots where you can fall. And you can't forget about the 6-7. Who would have thought in 2022 or whatever, when this map was first released to the public, who would have thought back then that 6-7 would become such a meme as it is now? Hoit. It did come out in 2022, yeah. Man. Beep, beep. Hoit. Of course. I can imagine an area of Jump King just being you having to jump on Chip's challenge monsters. Like step on them. Stomp on them. Hoit. That's also another term you'll hear in Rudy Yeen's stream. Getting stepped on. Worst level in the original Chips Challenge is Ice Death, you agree? Hoit. Alright. Well, Ferg. Well, I have a feeling it's probably going to be a while before we get back up there. Doubters could win. That's right, you still got time to place your bets. You still got time to place your bets. Will I get past Nostalgic Rune by the 12-hour mark? Never know, I could speed up after the gallery. Yeah, the dinosaur screen is technically the last screen of the gallery. The museum. Alright, here we go. Oi. Oi. Why'd I think a full jump right would work? You still got time to place your bets. Best of luck, you got this. Yeah, don't forget about the prediction. Don't forget about the prediction. You could still win some rotten flesh. Also, welcome on in, Gold Knight X. So far, yeah, so far it's taken 10 hours for me, so, yeah. 10 hours for me so far, I'm back to the babe. Alright, here we go. I believe guessing 20 to 25 hours. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Gold Knight X has all his times listed. Hoi. Hoi. And I also gotta remember a full jump is not gonna work there. Just under 23 hours. Hoi. Hoi. And my way too early prediction time for this map is, or was, 26 hours. So we'll see. Last chance to get any last minute predictions in. You got about a minute left before the prediction closes. And now there's even more obligation for me to get past Nostalgic Room. Hoi! Just gotta get past the dinosaur screen. Alright, you got about less than 30 seconds left on the prediction. Get those bets in if you haven't already. Hoi. And that's right, if you haven't already. If you haven't used your Prime, make sure you use your Prime, because that's free Bezos bucks. Point. Point. Alright, last call on the prediction. This up. You know we got a prediction on our hands. Alright, prediction has closed. Point. Alright. Alright, we made it back to the museum, which means it's time for a social media pit stop. So, we're going to do the Daily Jumble. So, if you've never seen the Daily Jumble before, it's sort of like Wordle, sort of like GeoGuessr, combined into one game, mini game, whatever. But you're not going to miss anything as far as Jump King action. So ads starting now. Don't go anywhere. And let's do the Daily Jumble. All right. So once again, we're just doing the main Nexile maps. We'll do the custom maps once we know we've done, I want to say, at least half of the custom maps, but who knows what could come up. All right. So what area, what screen of what map of what area could this be? Let's see. Well, I do see these little things here, and that kind of reminds me of Bright Crown Woods from New Babe Plus. Okay. Bright Crown Woods. Aha! All right. Now the problem here is what screen? This is our one chance to do it perfectly. And it's sort of like a mirror of Red Crown Woods. I'm going to say screen 4. Because I'm getting vibes for screen 4. I'm getting vibes for higher up. Okay, it is not screen 4. My second guess would have been screen 1. Or no, not screen 1. Second guess would have been screen 3. But now that we have more information, it feels like it could be screen 1. Because screen 1 has the sunset look to it. But we're going to go with screen 3. Okay, it is not screen 3. I think it is screen 1. No. Screen 2? It is screen 2. I knew I recognized those little scattered pixels there, and that made me think of Bright Crown Woods. So once again, we nailed the map, we nailed the area, haven't necessarily nailed the exact screen number. But only 3 mistakes, so not bad. I shall go post that in the doobly-doo. All right. Let's get back at it. Beep, beep. Hoi. Here we go. All right. Oh. All right, back to the dinosaur screen. Come on, baby. Hoi. All right, thank goodness. Now we just gotta not fall out of the clouds. All right, here we go. Here we go. I almost made that jump. I don't know how I made that jump the first time. Alright, here we go. Point! And that's one neat skip you can do for this screen. God damn it. Except you can't fuck things up like this. Hoit. Of course, third time's a charm. Just a matter of... just a matter of getting back up. All right, here we go. I guess you could fall from that screen. Very stupidly. We're not going to be the poor test subject to test that out. Reminder, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't done so already. Check out my socials, join the club, so you don't miss a stream. Hoit. Okay, how many times in a row do I have to miss that dinosaur jump? We know what will happen. We know what will happen if I keep missing that dinosaur jump. Hoit. Alright, here we go. Come on, baby. Hoit. Oh, there's the question of the day. Like, wait a second. It has to be. What's a trend you never understood? Or in other words, what's a meme you never understood? I bet at least one person is going to say brain rot for sure. Point. Okay, thank goodness. Man, getting back up there is such a pain. That's why we gotta stay above event horizon. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Alright, back inside the museum. Hoi. Kid named Finger. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Hoi. Alright, thank goodness. Alright, here we go. Alright, let's not ferg this up. Alright. That's fine. Alright. Alright, here we go. Why the fuck did I do that? That screen is such a pain in the ass, I'll tell you that much. But, okay, don't panic. I fucking panicked. Alright. Come on, the sooner we get back up there, the sooner we can clear the area. Who painted the Mona Lisa? It was Leonardo da Vinci. I would have guessed Michelangelo. Yeah, I actually did guess Michelangelo last stream, and it cost me 5 subs. Alright, here we go. Hoi. Alright, thank goodness. Okay, that could have been a disaster. Let's stop trying to be cool, okay? And remember, you don't want to... You don't want to fall all the way down on the left side. Really, the right side. But you seriously don't want to fall down the right side. Come on now. All right. Yeah, it's not hard. I have discovered that I can just walk off and do that without having to do the dinosaur jump again. Because the fewer times I have to do the dinosaur jump, the better. here we go. Here we go. Alright, here we go. Okay, I kind of panicked there. Let's not do that again. Remember, you can do the skip right here. Yeah, we're just trying to be careful here, because we don't want to have to keep doing the dinosaur jump over and over. Because it's only a 2-frame jump. Alright, here we go. Alright, a little bit more power there. Alright, here we go. Alright, we're back. Remember not to overshoot this one. Perfect. And now we just got to make this last jump. All right. And I find it better to do that. Yeah, jump to the right. And then jump up here. Oh, oh, oh. I don't know how I landed here, but okay. Alright, at least we know a full jump left from that position works. Oh no. Yeah, I think it's just safer to... And then remember, it was about like right here-ish. Man, we were so close to making it out. Of course, and I tried the alternative jump method. Alright, thank goodness. This part you kind of have to be careful with. And that's exactly why you gotta be careful over there. Well, at least we made it past the octagon screen. Okay, right here. Still got an hour to do it. Yeah, the dinosaur jump is what you should fear the most right here. Alright, here we go. And then remember, it's like right about there-ish. A little bit more than that. That's okay. Alright, here we go. fine. Oh, okay, that was actually pretty close. Not sure if I would have ended up having to do the dinosaur jump if I was just one more pixel to the left, but you can only imagine. Yeah, don't. Are you fucking kidding me? How many of y'all saw that waiting to happen? Alright, here we go. Please now. Hoi. Okay, don't panic. Alright, thank goodness we're back. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. So, what else is new? That's fine. Oh. All right, here we go. Yeah, that's a jump. The left side is... Yeah, the sides are what you really want to be careful with. Falling to the right side is worse than falling to the left. But you still don't want to fall to the left. Okay, alright. Thank goodness. Alright, here we go. What else can you say about that? All right, here we go. Hoi. Don't ask me why I failed that jump. It looks like we were working our way back up there. There's still time. Alright, don't fall any farther now. Alright, here we go. Hoi. All right. Yeah, Gold Knight X is hoping and praying that I get back up there. Here we go. Hoi. Hoi. Come on, baby. You can do it. Alright, back in the museum. The night at the museum. Beep, beep. Hoi. I'm a 1995 Toyota RAV4. Hoi. Okay. Hoi. Was there any reason to miss that? The one piece is real. Hoi. All right. All right, here we go. Hoi! The museum is my arch enemy. Alright, come on, baby. My arch nemesis. Hoi! Fuck. Yeah, especially the dinosaur. Especially the dinosaur. Oh, we missed 11, 11, 11. Why are we down here? Alright, let's not ferg this up. You know better. Don't worry, we're out of the trench. We're out of the trench. Or at least trying to get out of the trench. You damn right, AD. We do gotta pick up the pace. We were really close at making it out of the sky area. Alright, hoi! Here we go. All right, back in the museum. My mortal enemy. Hoi. Alright, thank goodness. Alright, here we go. Alright. Hoi! Can we make the dinosaur jump for once? Dinosaur screen, worst screen of the map. You damn right. Hoi. Alright, thank goodness. Alright, we are working our way back. We are working our way back. And then, yep, right here. Alright, here we go. Yeah, that jump appears to be a little bit more than what you think it is. That is a pretty difficult jump. Here we go. I just barely overshot it. I think I know what height I'm going for now. Alright, hoi. Alright, please, hoi. Please, hoi. Please, hoi. Please, hoi. Yeah, if Rudy Yeen was playing this, he'd probably be like, please make this jump. Please make this jump. And then when he misses it, just imagine the hyena screams. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh, it's all right. Back here. That was quite a save. Alright, here we go. And then remember it's about like right there. Oh. Problem though is you overshoot that. And you end up down at the museum. Not even at the dinosaur jump. That's what makes falling down the right side so mean. And then again, there's a small possibility that you could further this up, but that's relatively minor. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. As long as we can make it past the skies and stay above it, that would help. Alright, here we go. We're going to be taking a short break in just a few minutes. So hopefully we don't end up falling horribly before then. Alright, made it back here. Okay, at least we know the power for this jump. It's like right about there. Alright. You know what I'm going to do right here? We're going to take a short break. So go ahead, get up, stretch, go get yourself something to eat or drink. I'll be back to you guys in just a few minutes. We'll be putting up some chat texto. So if you're wondering how to play chat texto, you're just trying to guess the hidden word. That's basically all. But go ahead, get up, stretch, go get yourself something to eat or drink. I'll be back to you guys in just a few minutes. So please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Oops. Don't go anywhere. And I will see you on the flip side. Ad starting now. All right, guys, we are back. So, '13th on the leaderboard, Adrenaline Dragon, catching up. The more you hang out here, the more you lurk, the more chips you earn. And the more likely you are to choose what I play next. Lovely jubbly, indeed. Alright, here we go. Okay, the problem here is I keep bonking my head on that thing. I keep over jumping it and bonking my head. Could go the right cloud route, but it's risky because if you overshoot it, you'll fall below the dinosaur. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Alright, thank goodness. And then this next one is about like right there-ish. Alright. And then this next one is about like right there. Alright. We're back. Thing is when you undershoot it. Alright, here we go. Alright, almost back. Damn it. Almost made it back. And we know we can full jump that. That's right, don't forget about your daily chips. Alright, let's not fall stupidly here. Alright, thank goodness. little bit more. We are almost back. That's bad. This map, yeah, no, not this map. This area, rather, can be a pain in the butt sometimes. Alright, here we go. Yeah, the fewer amount of times I have to do the dinosaur jump, the better. Here we go. Come on, baby. Okay, thank goodness. That could have been a disaster. Alright, here we go. Are you fucking kidding me? Of course, all it takes is one small fuck up. Alright, here we go. Come on, baby. Alright. We're going. Alright, come on, baby. You can do it. Alright, here we go. A little bit higher. That should be good. Awesome. Alright. Back to this screen. Careful. You don't want to berg this up. And that can be a full jump. This can be a full jump. These two jumps you gotta do normally. Ah! You gotta be fucking kidding me. I was right there. Now I'm not going to be able to get back up there, am I? Alright. Alright, let's not try to be cool. Alright, here we go. One jump from making it out of the skies. Alright, come on, baby. And it was because I fell through the sand platform. I can just walk off like that. And that way I don't have to do the dinosaur jump. I can still do it. Yeah, we just gotta stay above the clouds. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Alright. Ah, fuck. Come on. Alright, we are very close. Ah! Come on! All he had to do was make that fucking jump. Alright, come on, man. It can still be done. Provided we don't fuck this up. And don't forget about today's question of the day. Alright, here we go. Alright, back to this screen. Alright, third time's... Just gotta stay above the clouds. And then remember this next jump is at about like right there. Of course, it would have been safer to try and land on the middle right octagon. Versus trying to be cool and take the shortcut. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Alright, come on, baby. Alright, here we go. here we go. We can still make it. A little bit higher for that jump, but not too much higher, or else you will fall below the dinosaur screen. Alright, come on, baby. Alright, remember. There we go. Let's not bird this up. Alright. Yes! Finally, we're back. Alright. It took long enough. 13 minutes to spare. That's right, we still gotta get past this stinking screen. Alright, back to the nostalgic rune. Oh, fuck. Alright, at least we made it back up to the area. Alright, let's not try to be cool. We all know what happens when we try to be cool. Alright, here we go. Perfect. All right. Working our way back. Alright, there we go. And then I just gotta get this right a little bit higher. Alright. Luckily though, that wasn't a big fall. Normally when you play Babe of Oath. Oh, that's one of the worst falls right there. Okay, here we go. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, remember this jump. Why did I decide to do that? I don't know. Alright, here we go. Oh man, we're gonna be edging this, aren't we? Okay. Get this one, please. Thank you. All right. We made it back right away. Eight minutes to do it. As long as we don't fall back down to Event Horizon, we should be fine. Alright, here we go. There are some jumps you don't want to fail in here. Alright, thank goodness. Oh, I just realized I could just... Yeah, I can just walk off of that. I'd take a fall doing that, but... Alright, here we go. Ah! Okay, we're fine. That's alright. There are other dangerous jumps than that one. Let's not try to be cool. You know what we're doing. Alright, here we go. Okay, don't think... No. Yeah, only when I'm on the first ledge. Hoit. You know, doing those... Yeah, you'd be surprised by now how much better I've gotten at those ice jumps. Those ice hops. Okay. Alright, back to PB's screen. And there's the bird. Okay, remember. Yeah, this is back on the Immortal Babe screen. And last time I overshot this. But that time I undershot it. Alright, here we go. Oh no. Are you fucking kidding me? You can fall out of the nostalgic rune like that? I was pretty close, though. I was pretty close. Alright, oh. Yeah, I was pretty close. We got back up to PB's screen. We got back up to PB's screen. And now it's really over now. Yeah, it's Jover. It's Jover, isn't it? So Jover. Look at this. Adrenaline Dragon bet 2,000 points. Golden Knight X, 1,000. This one was earned... Yeah, this prediction was fair and square. So... Anyway... I'm just going to spin the wheel because fuck it. Oh, looks like we got to spin again twice. All right, here's spin number 1. Prediction, but we already got another prediction up and running. And we got a stretch. All right, here we go. All right, we got another prediction up and running, folks. Will I get past Nostalgic Rune today? There's no time limit. Just got to get past the area. Just got to get past there tonight. So, let's do this. All right. And I think we are going to take a social media pit stop. So go ahead, get up, stretch, go get yourself something to eat or drink. I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. So please stay tuned, don't go anywhere, and I will see you on the flip side. And vote in the prediction. All right, guys, we are back. So, you know what we're doing. You know what we're doing. We're here to try and get past Nostalgic Rune. And we'll go as late as we need to, but hopefully it won't take too much longer. And as soon as we get past the area, that'll be stream. So even if it's 10 minutes, yeah, even if it's only 10 minutes, that'll still be the end of stream. So anyway, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, stop when you get to the first screen of the next area. That's... yeah, exactly what I was thinking. And that's all the predictions. Last one for tonight. Hoi! Alright. Be off to bed in a minute. Appreciate you being here, and GG on finishing Joe's Trial of the Babe today. Y'all should go check out Adrenaline Dragon. He also streams Jump King, and he is the main reason why I play this game. And he's a good friend. Alright, here we go. Oh. Yeah, who knows what else can happen. You never know. Sometimes it would help if I not get sidetracked. Yep. Yeah, last prediction of the night, so make it count. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright, here we go. Oh. So, what else is new? What else is new? Oh man, this not going quite so well, isn't it? Yeah, go from the bog-like area to a neat wooded area. Hoi. like a rustic shallot-esque area. The sky area is a unique kind of area, not gonna lie. It's too bad there's one screen that doesn't quite fit with the rest, but you know. And yes, don't forget, join the sub club for ad-free viewing, loads of emotes, and a whole bunch more. You even get... You even get more chips when you're a sub. Alright, here we go. At least you can't fail this screen. Well, technically you could, but... not intentionally. Alright, here we go. Alright. Hoy. Come on, baby. Alright, thank goodness. Alright, back in the clouds. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Streaming for 4 hours, and then again we started at night, so gotta keep that in mind. All right. Yeah, no way it takes 6-7 hours to get past Nostalgic Room, right? Roy? Okay, remember this jump. That was close. Let's try not to do that. Yeah, unlike in Ascension where failing that jump is a big penalty, here, you know, it's not quite as big of a penalty as you might think. Yeah, this is Immortal Babe, and I believe this is Crimson Rupture. Oh no. That right there is the worst fall you can experience. God. We made it back up to PB's screen again. pretty sure that's how we fell the first time. Oh. So, what else is new? Yeah, don't forget about today's question of the day. Oh. All right. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. It's all right. We'll get back there. All right, here we go. Appreciate everybody coming in and lurking as always. Remember, you get chips as you lurk. Are you fucking kidding me? Why'd I fail that jump the first time? Alright, here we go. You got a few minutes left to place your bets, guys. Will I get past Nostalgic Rune tonight? We have 2,000 points on yes. No customers on no. All right, here we go. Hoi. All right, Skies of Helios. The Curse of Helios. go. If you stay above the clouds, I reckon you'll do it. Yeah, that's the safer way of getting up here. All right. You only got about a minute or two left in the prediction, so make sure you get your votes in. Make sure you place your bets. You could win some juicy rotten flesh. All right, thank goodness we're back. All right, let's... All right, here we go. Oh, fuck. It's fine. Really? Let's not throw. Yeah, let's not throw. Alright, here we go. All right. How many times in a row have we failed that jump? Alright, last call to get your bets in. You got less than 30 seconds. And remember, stream delay is a thing. Get them in, get them in, get them in. Alright, here we go. Alright. Alright, prediction has closed. So if you didn't get your predictions in, I'm afraid to admit that you're out of luck. Oh. This is why I really don't want to keep playing with the clouds. Imagine those are fire clouds. Then it'd be kind of like you're playing with fire. Alright, here we go. Alright. So, what else? What else is everybody up to? Alright, here we go. Alright, come on, baby. Alright, here we go. Alright. Oh, okay. That's it. Lock in, baby. Why'd I think I could do that? I don't know why I thought of that, but... Man, my left hand's starting to hurt from all that. All those sand clouds. Okay. Alright, we're back. Back to Event Horizon. Alright, here we go. Alright, thank goodness. Yep, of course you end up falling back there when you... Alright, here we go. That was... Alright, no more fails now. No more trying to be cool. You know the drill. See, I think we've been on Nostalgic Ruin for like what, about 3 hours now? You know, an interesting thought. Fuck. Are you fucking kidding me? You know what Event Horizon reminds me of? There was once a New Horizons spacecraft that took a flyby of Pluto. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright, come on, baby. Thank you. And also the fact that this area is called Skies of Helios kind of reminds me of how many times Helios 575, yes, that is an actual username, how many times he has stolen Top Fucker from me in Ferg's channel, in Ferg's stream. I did win Top Fucker once, but I imagine it's only going to be a bit of time before I win again, in which case I will make Ferg play Jump King. Are you fucking kidding me? Will we ever see Ferg play Jump King? That is the other question. Alright, here we go. Sky Fox versus Rudy Yeen Jump King race. Who would win? Hoi. Yeah, there is a multiplayer mod where you can race with your friends. Yeah. Yeah, Battle for the Babe. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Alright, here we go. Oh. You know, I thought of doing a... Actually, okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Alright, let's not try to be cool. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Oh. Oh, okay. Alright. Yeah, let's... Yeah, you know the drill here. Alright, come on, baby. Oh, oh. Oh, that was close. Are you fucking kidding me? You know what else I thought of? Wonder if Flame Burst would race me in Battle for the Babe. What? Yeah, me and Flame Burst, I'd say, would be about the same skill level. Wonder how many hours he's into Ascension. Of course, it took me 112 hours to beat Ascension, so... What? Alright, question of the day. What's something you believed as a kid that was wrong? And the other question of the day, before midnight, what's a trend you never understood? And don't forget, we can always re-roll it if it seems like something. Oh. You think you're somewhere in between Dr. Rick and Aquas in skill level? Starfire is like, quote, "It's a dog-eat-dog world." Alright, here we go. Don't ferg this up now. No, I would beat you in a race, no offense. You and Gold Knight X would be close enough skill-wise. Considering it took Gold Knight X, what, 115 hours to beat Ascension? Yeah, you're pretty good at this game, I will admit. "19 hours to beat Ascension is pretty damn good. Alright. Alright, here we go. Mean that if I beat a bunch more maps, Gold has way more experience at the moment? Yeah. Why'd I do that? Also, how are you doing, Starfire? Guess we could make me play Waterfall Babe, then we'd know. That's a tier 8. Yeah. Yeah, did you know there's actually 2 routes to Waterfall Babe? There's a normal route, and then there's an extreme route. Normal route is tier 8. The extreme route is like tier 10 or something. Probably give me some trouble, so good luck, unless I choose Babe of Inferno first. Maybe you should flip a coin to choose. Yeah. Did you also know that the more you lurk in here, the more chips you earn, and the more likely you are to win one of our raffles at the end of a major playthrough, including at the end of a Jump King map. Someone might make you play a map harder than a tier 5. Think you could do the tier 6? Joe's Trial of the Babe. That's the sequel to this map. You have hard checkpoints, at least in Trials. Yeah. Yeah, it is the same map maker. It is the same map maker. Good luck with the conveyor belt area. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Alright, thank goodness we're back. Back to Event Horizon. Alright. And back to Nostalgic Rune. If we can make it past this little bit. And yeah, that's right. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that follow button so you don't miss a stream. Oh, okay, we're fine. Oh. I know I landed right there, but that's still a pain in the ass. Because you have to do all this again. And I just fucked it up real bad. Alright. Hoi. If only you could convince more chipsters to play Jump King. I bet there's at least somebody in the Council of Farlanders that could give Jump King a shot. I know, because some of the games they play are Geometry Dash. Imagine if Tyler Sontag had 100+ hours on Jump King. Bet he'd be pretty good at it. here we go. Alright, here we go. Alright, don't panic. Alright, thank goodness. We're back. Yeah, that jump right there can be pretty tricky. And gotta remember, it's a little bit more power than that. Alright, let's not try to be cool. All right. All right, here we go. Oh boy, can we do it? Man, there has to be a better way for that. Okay. Oh. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Be about time for another pit stop. Guess we could also take a social media pit stop, but man. This is just straight up Minecraft music. Convince me it's not. Yeah, it is. It is quite a cool tune. It almost looks like, sounds like something you'd hear in Minecraft. Why'd I do that? Alright, well... You know what time it is. You know what time it is. It is time to take a pit stop. So, go ahead, get up, stretch, go get yourself something to eat or drink. I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes, so please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, and I will see you on the flip side. Ad starting now. Alright, guys, we are back. Boop boop. Boop boop. Alright. From here onwards, if you get further, update the PB yourself. I might be asleep by then. Gotcha. That's right, if you haven't already, make sure you go follow the Adrenaline Dragon. He also streams Jump King. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the work. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, homie. Hoi! Anyway. Alright, here we go. Oh. You know, it's always a pain in the ass when you have to do this jump. Hoi. Hoi. Yeah, one thing we do have to take note of is in Nostalgic Ruin, there are places you can completely fall out. Back into the clouds, so. Hoi. Hoi. Here we go. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Hoi! Here we go. Come on, baby. Hoi. Hoi. Can we not fall back into the trench? That would be very nice, wouldn't it? So, what else is new? Hoi. Hoi. Kid named Finger. Hoi. Alright, here we go. Alright, you can do it. Come on. So, we're still going to be doing CCLP5 this weekend. Yeah, the CCLP5 finale will still take place this weekend, as promised, because I'd like to get that out of the way. Oh, that's... I don't know if you saw that, but that looked like magic. Oh, fuck. It's alright, you really don't want to have to do the dinosaur jump. So yeah, don't forget, CCLP5 finale this weekend. I think I might start on the Friday because I want to do an art stream that same weekend as well. I would suspect at this rate for Back to the Babe to be at least 2 more streams after this. but we shall see. Oh, come on. Alright, thank goodness. Alright, here we go. Yeah, overshooting that jump is a pain in the ass, is it? Alright, here we go. Interesting how you can ride the octagon back. Yeah, if only we can stay above the clouds, that'll certainly help. Okay, oh. Second half of this map does get better, from what I've heard. Okay, I don't know why I decided to go right over here. I can... That was not what I wanted to do. Hoi! Alright, come on, baby. I said come on, baby. Yep. You see the stonks up there, and then you see the 667. So, what else is new? Hoi! God damn it. Fucking hate that dinosaur. So, what else is new? By the way, chat, did I mention this? If we hit 88 subs before the end of the month, I'll do a Marty McFly cosplay for one stream. But we have to hit 88 subs before the end of the month for that to happen. Not that there's any obligation to do it. You don't have to hit it, but if we do, I got... fuck. Pretty much everything I need to do a Marty McFly cosplay from Back to the Future. And I only say 88 subs because 88 miles per hour, DeLorean, Back to the Future. I also thought about something to bring back the Farlands. Hoi! Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Here we go. All right. Back to the Event Horizon. Event Horizon. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. And that one's a little bit more than what you think it is. All right, back to PB screen. All right, here we go. Now back to PB screen for real. This is the screen you gotta be careful, because if you fuck this up, worst case scenario, you end up back in the clouds. So... okay. Yeah, I just gauged the height of... the platform. Yeah, I just gauged the platform above. Yeah, the slope above me, where I was. Get on the bird, why not? Alright. Alright, we got the bird. And then this is from Babe of the Realms. I don't know what area this resembles. Beautiful screen ahead. Ah, the memories. Yeah. Get a glimpse of the maps we've already played. And the maps that are ahead of us in terms of the tier rankings. Realms and Immortal Babe. Too hard for you right now? Tier 8 and Tier 9? Oh, Ferg. Okay. Immortal Babe is a legendary map. You got that right. Wait a minute. Guys, I see something right here. Huh. It's just a sad face. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. It's just a sad face. You can kind of see it. But... how'd I not notice that opening before? There's nothing until there's something, that's true. Also, hello, Demonic Ravage. How are you, my friend? Alright, here we go. You can get to the next area. Better believe I can. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Alright, thank goodness. I do see the tower up ahead. Seems like it's safer to stand and jump from here. Okay, that might actually be a full. And it is. Wonder if a full jump... Wonder if I'll bonk my head on the ceiling with a full jump. Yep. So yeah, looks like we gotta do this the old-fashioned way. Alright, we might have to... We might have to jump right from... from that little ledge there. Alright. Alright, thank goodness. And here's the tower, the babe screen. And as you would think, this could... Get that bird. You'd think this would be the end, but it's not the end. I don't want to... Okay, maybe if I... Yeah, from right here. Oh. Alright, here we go. Aperture Laboratories. Also known as the portal area. Alright. We'll mark it as 1329. This is your favorite area. Oh, yeah, right. Because it's a portal. 1329. Area 6. Aperture Laboratories. And I might... Alright, it has been updated now. Demonic Ravage says it's definitely his favorite area too. Yep. Well, yeah, that's right. Prediction. Will I get past Nostalgic Rune today? The answer is yes. So, that, of course, I could keep going and, show you what this area is like, but it's basically the portal area. You got the painting in the very, very beginning of Portal 2. You got the bed. You got a plan in there. And then, you got the facility, the engineered facility. You even got a turret in there. But as much as I'd love to keep going, it is now past 1 a.m. So you know what that means. That means it's time to look for a raid target. So don't forget, we do this at the end of every stream. 300 chips raffle for a chance at someone playing Ascension, right? Oh yeah, it's exclamation point join, not exclamation point raffle. Is there somebody playing Ascension? / same category. Oh, there is. Don't know if it's a speed run or something, but we do have a birthday stream. Let's see. We have rated Allison. We've rated Flameburst a number of times. Timmery, Jono. Let's see, who else? I think we've rated Code a number of times. It says I haven't rated them recently. Last chance, exclamation point join. And the winner is a GG Adrenaline Dragon. Let's see, we've also never rated Hotspot Stella, but we could raid the birthday streamer. So, let's see, up to 7th on the leaderboard. Climbing back up. All right, let's see if we can raid Hotspot Stella. Oh, we can. All right. We've never actually raided Hotspot Stella before. I wanted to raid them for so long. I guess I can also do an SO list a bit. But we're raiding Hotspot Stella, so once again, that is going to do it for tonight, folks. So once again, thank you guys for watching. Thank you to everybody who tuned in tonight. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to follow me on Twitch if you haven't done so already. Check out my socials, join the club. Here's the raid message. Grab the bottom message if you are a sub. Otherwise, grab the top message. We're going to send this bad boy on over. and also catch up on all the latest VODs on the YouTube channel. And I'll be posting highlights there as well. But until then, I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, night, time zone. Wherever the world you are watching from, take it easy. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye now. Bye!